maybe this one of the strongest teams. Expect not the good performance of ENG maybe in this tournament. Other than that, every other team is, I think, the favorites of these three, like us, Fnatic, and also Astralis. So all of these three teams have combined good experienced players, and now also like the academy players, which are very, very motivated as well. So that's a dangerous mix, which shows the good results, I think, right now.
Well, today you're going to play against Fnatic, and you already played against them not so long ago in the Legend stage of Rio. And unlike yesterday, I feel like maybe today you kind of have a disadvantage in the video. What did you do in your preparations to kind of compensate that?
Yeah, we try to prepare as good as we can. We know what kind of maps probably will be played. It's going to be a very hard game. We need to maybe step it up even than yesterday to make sure that we still have a chance. I know that Fnatic plays an amazing tournament, maybe the best team at this event so far, but it doesn't mean that we cannot beat them in the final.
All right, then thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much.
I love that, some confidence coming out from Godby. He knows how good Fnatic is, but he's well aware that this could be their time to shine and pull off a very huge victory for the team.
Yeah, and he seems aware, you know, obviously the kind of veto advantage that Fnatic go into it with Dust2 being perma-vetoed by Fnatic, which is a very, very competent map, one of the best for Big, which gets me to thinking, like, where do they take it? Well, it's a difficult spot to be in.
It is very difficult. I guess one of the lights at the end of the tunnel for Big is the fact that this is a rematch in the grand scheme of things, right? These teams played just about 12 days ago in Rio, so maybe there has been something, wisdom gained from the losses that they had there to Fnatic, and they can actually do something with that. Gabi is known to kind of make use of information.
And that, actually, it is kind of like when you go into an approach and it worked the last time, will you change it? So it might be that Fnatic are stuck in this kind of like false sense of security with their prep.
And when we are looking at this Fnatic, right, yesterday Mezzi stepped up beyond belief, but I want to just ask you guys around this game against Astralis. First map looks great, they win Mirage. Then we come into the overpass. It goes to overtime. It was the pick of Fnatic's. How do we view that in like, are they in a good spot on this? Because we spoke about the 16-1 against Outsiders. We said we would ignore it, but I'm now still got some question marks because it's there.
I'll say that overpass was probably the best map Astralis had the entire tournament. Yeah. Even though they ended up losing.
Even against the ENG one?
Yeah, no, honestly, I think there's a way higher quality of play, especially with their T-sides, etc. We actually saw them kind of taking a bit of a new approach.
They lost the first half 8-7.
Yeah, and still managed to...
which is great on overpass.
Yeah, and they still managed to bring it into an OT, which is pretty incredible. I thought the game would be over the instant Fnatic managed to get 5 T rounds, but obviously, Astralis proved they're strong, and did it in kind of a bit of an unorthodox way, in the sense that they would get into mid-round situations. Usually you'll see T-sides being fairly active about how they move around on the map, but you'd actually have instances where Astralis literally just sit still. Yeah. Might not necessarily be grouped up as a complete unit. You might have one guy over towards A, towards underpass, and the remaining outside of either short water or B, but they would literally just completely still. And eventually Fnatic would be like, well, we need information, and that'll eventually get punished. So we'll see, again, if Fnatic will learn something of that, but I think this is a well-played game from Astralis more than anything.
Okay, so some positives still in there for Fnatic and also some positives for Astralis with it. But I also want to find out from Nikodos how he's feeling, and hopefully we can get an answer to how he expects to deal with not going up against an AWPer and how Big have been very prepared for this.
Hey, we really had an opportunity to talk to Godby, but right now I have Nikodos from Fnatic. Nikodos, soon you're going to play on the big stage against Big. Are you excited?
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. Both teams are a bit of a disadvantage right now. They're missing their AWP and we're missing one of our most experienced players. And now we're going to play on a big stage, so it's going to be a fun game.
Well, both teams have academy team players, so which is maybe like a nice surprise, like just to see like the young guns like getting some experience. But I do want to address the fact like that Searson is not here. Did Big change the way how they play in any way?
I mean, sort of. They have to compensate in some ways, right? Like you see other players picking up their AWP taps in Keto, but we haven't really put that much thought into it. We're still going to focus a lot on ourselves, play our own game, because we beat Big the last time pretty comfortably, and we're just going to keep up the same, and I think we're going to beat them again.
Well, you are the sniper of your team, and I wonder, is it in any way like maybe like hard for you, or maybe like this more like discomfortable, like just like that you will not know who is going to hold like the AWP or the scout in the enemy team?
Nah, if anything, it's going to be more comfortable for me because now I know for sure that I'm going to be the best AWPer on the server, so I'm going to be pretty confident, and I'm going to see what stuff I can exploit and take advantage of it.
All right, then looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Strong words coming out from Nico Dolls. I do love that for sure, but I will say the other AWPers that have tried this against Big have all struggled.
Yeah, they have struggled significantly. But again, you got to appreciate the confidence. Again, I think they need that. They should have that considering the last meeting in Rio. So I have no problems with Nico just feeling good about himself.
No, but it could be a full sense of security. I do have to say that. Yes, I mean, they definitely should be playing their own game, but I think that Big, they're always...
No one says play your own game. I'm done with this. Players need to stop saying that.
But I do think that Big, they are a kind of team that if you're going for that play our own game, they can abuse that. Yeah.
Devil walk, devil walk, devil walk. You can tell you're a coach here as well, right? Because this is the worst thing. As someone who does interviews, we play our own game. No, you have more than that to do to it all.
I've probably said it 200 times myself.
Yes, to me.
Yes.
You definitely have done that. But I think we should get ourselves into position to see these teams, right? I think all the fans in the arena and everyone watching at home wants to see our teams take to the stage and get us closer to this grand final.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and watching from home, for the final time, welcome back to the Espoo Metro Arena. My name is Paula, and I am still your stage host. And everybody, this is the grand final of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Let's go over the facts. The winner of this grand final will be leaving with the lion's share of $200,000 and a spot, a much coveted spot, at the IM Katowice 2023 play-in. So much is on the line, but what is money and what is a spot like that if at the event you win, you don't get a trophy? So that's what's next. And before we bring it out, let's have a quick chat. Counter-Strike is a game with a 2-decade history. There's almost nothing like Counter-Strike. It was not built overnight. All of you here, everything that you see on this stage, it took blood, sweat, and tears over a very long time. And lucky for us, there are still people with us now that have been there from the very start. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, I want you to raise the roof for our trophy bearer. He is, as I've said before, one of the longest serving veterans of this scene, one of the true legends of Counter-Strike, the founder of the Premier Finnish esports organization of ENG. Make some noise for Joona Natu Leponen! Natu, first things first, what's it been like for you to see over the past few days an event transpire like this in your home country?
It's been amazing, first of all. It's been great to see so many people, such a great atmosphere. You know, Finnish guys here, all of you, everyone's showcasing that Finland is a Counter-Strike country. So you can applaud yourself for that, for sure. We got to make sure that we also keep the noise here in the finals too. I think it's going to be an amazing game, so keep it up.
Natu, as I said in my introduction, you've been in Counter-Strike since the very beginning. How's it been like over the course of Counter-Strike history to not only see it develop, but be a part, crucially, of the development yourself?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to think of the fact that 20 years ago we were playing in bomb shelters, in school gymnasiums. We were not cheered for, we were laughed at, and now, you know, look at us, we're here. You know, it's pretty cool, right? So, yeah, it's amazing to see how everything's been getting bigger.
Natu, I do not think that there could be a better trophy bearer in Espoo, in Finland, than yourself. If there is anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, and of course, our wonderful Finnish audience here in the Espoo Metro Arena, now is the time.
Mä haluan vaan sanoa kaikille iso kiitos, että olette tullut tänne. Kaikki, jotka ovat täällä koko viikonlopun, tai tänään, tai jo yhtenä päivänä, mutta joka tapauksessa olette tullut tänne. Se merkitsee kaikille täällä tosi paljon, ja se on se tapa, millä tätä hommaa viedään täällä eteenpäin. Joten iso käsi kaikille, hienoa, makeeta!
Everyone, give it up for the legend of the game, the Finnish icon of Joona Natu Lapanen. Thank you so much, brother. You can exit the stage. That's a man myself and many of us, I think, look up to, and for good reason. Now the stage has truly been set. Everybody in here, are you ready for a grand final? Introducing our first competitors here on the stage. They are, as I have referred to them before, the best that Germany has to offer. They are a team that sticks together no matter what. When some of them could run off to international rosters, no, they stay together. They are a nation within themselves, and they are as big as they can get. Give it up for Big! That is amazing. We even have some roaring bears, some of Big's ultras in the crowd. Once again, everybody, give it up for Big! And now, their opponents. Everybody, this organization is one of the longest serving to esports and not just Counter-Strike. This organization has a legacy not just in CSGO, but is in esports as a whole. As of recent, however, they haven't managed to get the results that they once did. That being said, over the course of the last year, or the better part of a year, we're starting to see glimmers of hope once again. Perhaps I'm a bit biased because they're led by a Brit, but this is an international roster that is stacked to the brim with talent. And today in this grand final, they want to find the glory that this organization once had. Give it up for Fnatic! Amazing. We have our 2 grand finalists on the stage. We're going to grab Fasha from Fnatic and Godby, the coach of Big. I can address my first question to both of you. Last time you played, it was at the Rio Major. Fnatic came out on top 2-0. How does that matchup factor into this one, Godby, or does it not at all?
It is definitely, we want revenge, and yeah, no better place to be in the final to get revenge.
Fasha, revenge on Godby and Big's mind. Do you see this matchup playing out like the last one? Are you ready for differences?
Yeah, I think we're better now because we have Pepsor. I mean, I don't nothing more to say, right? He's a legend, so.
A new legend.
Yeah, new legend.
A legend in the making. Pepsor, some pressure on your shoulders, mate. Godby, I have to ask you, what's it been like over the last couple of days, seeing this crowd, being here in Finland? I think the atmosphere has been incredible.
To be honest, I just wanted to have a best of 5 to play longer in front of the crowd. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just best of 3. But I guess we take all the time and enjoy it when we are here.
Best of 5 next time, Finland? And Fasha, what about yourself? How has it been to be here in Finland and be in front of this crowd?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, the crowd is really supportive and really amazing. So I love you guys and keep cheering for us.
Let's go Fnatic! Let's go Fnatic! Let's go Fnatic! All right, if there's anything else that you would like to say, now is the time to do it. Godby, starting with you.
Let's have all fun together and enjoy the final.
Fasha?
Yeah, let's hope for a great grand final. And yeah, hope you cheer for us all.
All right, gentlemen, shake your hands. Everybody in here and watching from home, this is the grand final. The winner goes home with this trophy. This is the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
And there we have it. The teams are ready on the stage. Natu coming through and delivering that beautiful trophy. But now we need to find out who's going to be able to take it home at the end of today. Some of the things mentioned, right, the fact they played in Rio not so long ago. But I love that they're saying, Pepsor, new legend, you know, young legend, let's go for it.
Yeah, I mean, just prop him full of all the confidence you can, right? You're going to need him in the finals as well, right? We've seen that Fnatic have been pretty heavily reliant on being a team that functioning, that has everybody kind of showing up when asked upon, right? So we need more of the kind of semifinals performances.
And we need to see our veto. We need to see how this one is going to go down. We know that Big have more recently been picking into this nuke throughout the tournament here.
Yeah.
How do you expect us to see things go down this time?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge advantage, obviously, for Fnatic. They have their Dust 2 veto, which is a great map for Big.
Yep.
We see that the permaban coming out from Big on Ancient. I'd expect something along the lines of a Mirage pick from Big, maybe an overpass Fnatic, and maybe a nuke third. That's where I'm headed. They could throw a curveball from Big, maybe to a Vertigo, but it's a huge risk. Yeah, again, everything that Big can kind of swing around with in this veto feels like a massive risk. So it does feel like, well, okay.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
we do get it. And to be fair, considering what happened in Rio, considering the fact that their Mirage has been okay, it's been serviceable, why not? Like, why not? What do you have to really lose from this? And again, I think that might actually catch Fnatic off in terms of what they expected for the veto as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it. They kind of already did that kind of, you know, they threw in that nuke and they played that different style that kind of caught them off guard. Ooh, they actually don't want that nuke on Fnatic Infernal. So a very different veto than I thought there was going to be. So it's going to be an interesting one.
So they're mixing things up. They've got stand-ins to mix it up as well. Who do you think comes out on top of this after this veto, though?
Oh, I still favor Fnatic, like, quite heavily in the veto, no matter how it went. It all depends really on what Big can bring out on that first map for us to see.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried about it because, again, playing without Searson, that's going to obviously make your, I guess, movement, especially on the CT side, a little bit more limited. Usually you see the operas over towards the bomb side having a fun time, being able to lock that area down for themselves. And now it's more going to rely on Keto, Sin, to actually maintain control over ramp. And I think they might have a harder time than what they've had. But you know, we're not going to write them off again. In Rio, obviously with Searson, he wasn't necessarily the big player for them in a lot of those matches. Keto did a fantastic job on A-Ramp versus Furia. And that was enough to win. So, you know, they obviously can't play Vertigo to a very solid level, but still siding with Fnatic after seeing the veto.
Well, it's nearly time to get into these things, and I know you guys always bring out the key points. So how much does it change for these two teams when it comes to a grand final matchup?
Our first point is basically that Fnatic has a massive veto advantage, and we saw them go into this huge risk pick of Vertigo for Big, and we're going to see if it's going to pay off, but it's a scary situation.
I like the risk taking. That's perfectly fine. I don't think Big had anything to lose by trying Vertigo. Again, if they'd gone to Mirage, that's pretty common ground for both of these sides. They know each other well enough to the point where, yeah, maybe you're not like in form or you don't have, I guess, the individual skill level on your side in this matchup. So I don't mind it that much. For a second point, well, it kind of goes to a little bit what we were saying just now. No weak links. And that's Fnatic. They've had all 5 players. We saw it in the semifinals. One of the reasons why they pulled through versus Astralis on Overpass is because you had production from 1 through 5. And Mezzi,
I think there was a 3 or 4 kills difference between the bottom and the top player on the server.
Nice.
So,
and I mean, Mezzi, who had the weakest group stage out of the 5 players on Fnatic, he basically bumped up his rating by 0.11 just by that semifinal. So, you know, everybody's ready to go.
And we have the final one, which is the Keto effect. I think I touched upon it a little bit earlier. I think he's grown as a player a lot in this past year. He plays with a lot more maturity. He seems to be a leader behind them there. He's pumping everyone up. And, you know, if he can bring the firepower with Tabs and Faven, I think they have a chance.
Well, if they do have a chance, when it comes to it, what is going to be the X factor on both sides? Which players are you looking at best there, boys?
I mean, I'm going to initially think about Tabson, which you can't really escape it if you're talking about Big. You have to talk about Tabson, and I think Roy is a fair pick for Fnatic again. These are the 2 best-rated players throughout the tournament for their respective sides, and I think we've kind of gotten to the point where we were running out of positive words to say about Tabson, but he deserves them all, and he's a massive, massive component as to why we do have a Big with stand-ins in the grand finals.
All right, well, let's see it go down. We're ready to get into our first map of the grand final. And we're ready for the awesome commentators that deliver the action all weekend long. It's Jay and Dwayne.
Thank you so much, Banks and the boys on the desk. And thank you, Espoo, for turning out in your masses for the grand finals today between Fnatic and Big. We expected one of these teams to certainly be here in the Fnatic side, Dwayne. And I think as a result, they're probably our favourites in our best of 3 today.
I've got to imagine so. I was thoroughly impressed with the way that they played yesterday, knowing that you've got a 2-0, knowing that it went down with that sort of way, with Mezzi's increased performance. Fnatic are going to be hungry to get the victory today.
Indeed they are. They mentioned that on the desk as well. 5 unique units, 5 potential star players for the Fnatic side, any of which could pop off. Pepzor was one of the guys yesterday, backed up by Mezzi. Roy's been having a stellar tournament. So many big things for the Fnatic side, maybe little things for Big though.
And you've got to think, for Pepzor, think about his structure. The idea that he's here as a standard. He's coming into this event, he's playing the anchor roles on the CT side, and he had an impeccable series in that semi. And because of that, I'm looking at the youngster and I'm thinking, mate, he's thriving with the crowd. He's thriving on the stage. This is his chance to do it in the final.
Seen a number of youngsters come up and be the bigger elements for their squads as a result. And over the course of this tournament, not just in this grand final, you can look at so many prospects that are coming out of the woodwork and being stars on the grand stage. But it's only one team that will take the title, take the Katowice spot, and take the grand prize of the trophy. Dwayne, any thoughts and ideas of how Big can do this here?
I think for Big, it's going to have to be the tactical edge. It's going to have to be the minds of your Godby and your Tabson to work together to give themselves the excellent utility. And thinking about maybe little bonuses, little averages, maybe a little bit of surprises. Happy birthday in for Roy. This could be the best birthday gift of all.
Oh, yeah, to lift that trophy, take it home with you. We can wrap it up in a little bow and everything. I think we've got some wrapping paper backstage. So we will sort that out for you if you can win the grand finals today. For Fnatic, is there any major pressure that might get to them today?
The pressure could be that they haven't been in this situation in a while, Jay.
Well, here we go. Espoo, I have one question for you. Olete Konvarmic! It seems like we're ready for our grand finals. It's Vertigo to kick things off between Big and Fnatic. Fnatic on that CT side as we get into the pistol round.
Now, Fnatic, they've struggled in pistols, Jay. 4 wins and 10 losses so far in the event, but this time it's the grand final. Can things change?
We'll see whether it can. Glocks leaning forward, k1to looking for that contact, wrapping around from the alley position. Try and take that first contact. Big are super passive on this A site.
You can just see the way that now with Big gaining that ramp control, allowing themselves, even Sin, to get the smoke down to the right-hand side. This is going to have to be a heavy retake setup from Fnatic.
Smokes on the main cross, Fasher and Mezzi forming up to try hold the defensive. Backup is a little bit further away. The taps are coming through blind against tabseN though. They've done some damage. The HGs are at the ready, but the counter Molotovs are also in play.
And that's going to try and break the setup ever further back, allow those HGs to not go off just yet. And now for Big, it's about getting into those post-planting positions and wasting time with the bomb down.
And just those taps on tabseN for the time being the main damage being done to Big. Mezzi, again, trying to take point. They've yet to reveal their hand here, Fnatic.
It all comes down to that crane smoker out towards the alley in position. Give themselves some coverage to get back onto the bomb.
It's a perfect smoke for it as well. Mezzi making his way up, trying to get in amongst that smoke onto the defuse perhaps. He's tapped it, he's stuck here. k1to, 1 kill, nothing else coming through. Mezzi's still on the bomb and he's held it together for Fnatic as they sneak it out to start this matchup against Big.
And it's Mezzi, it's the IGL and the captain of the team to make it happen. I like what they do there. Rather than just getting the crane smoke down and allowing themselves to fight back towards ramp, they realize where that bomb's planted for and it changes. They put that smoke onto the bomb and it's just distraction. It's as many players in there from Fnatic as possible just to start taking jewels where Mezzi sticks the whole thing.
Everyone sacrificed themselves to get their IGL in with the win, and Fnatic will reap the rewards for that, starting things off with the opening round of the finals and bringing up the bye, but also followed suit from Big. They got the bomb plant.
They just allow themselves to put that pressure back on in the second. Nikodos trying to see if he can find some impact with their scout out to 51.
His eyes are set on past that smoke, trying to spot anybody here. But so far, so little has been found. Fnatic playing behind the smokes just as much as Big are here.
And Fnatic have got a good track record in the last 3 months on Vertigo. 5 wins and only a single loss. They'll be looking to turn that into 6.
Round of the corner slowly for Crimbo. Nikodos is going to get tagged up. Still yet to find an early kill here, just like it was in the pistol round. Pepzor might look to try and change that, engaging with the SMG, but up against those rifles, he's at a disadvantage.
HG placement comes in close. Crimbo's hoping for a slight overextension. Can even smoke down towards the right-hand side of mid, allow more map territory to get gained. But while that's happening, you've still got the bomb trying to tail towards the bottom of the forklift and up here to the ramp control.
Big indecisive where they're going to go here, but they are forming up towards that A hit once again. It's only the scout to defend initially, but one more player in Roy back on the bomb side.
Now for Fnatic, because they've got the spotter set up for that scout, they can allow themselves to be very back passive. Now get an idea of what's going on.
M4 burst from Roy, not quite connecting, but there you go. His second kill of the game, finding tabseN, looking around for a whole lot more. That Tech9 getting picked up next to them. The 5-on-3 will gain ourselves for the CT forces. It's all going the way of Roy. The birthday boy getting everything that he finds. Looking for the ace and he'll land it. Pepzor got one to close out the last game in the semi-finals. And this time the opening picked up by the Dane.
And while he might be the oldest player here in the grand final, Jay, he's proven that he can hang with the youngsters. Roy has had an incredible event so far, the 6th highest rated player, 7 maps played and averages a 1.20 rating. He's also just one of those guys that can change an entire complexion of a game.
For Fnatic, change what was a high pressure sort of round there, Big threw themselves entirely at that site. And got nothing for it, no save weapons, no bomb plants, it's basic pistols, a deco sure, and no Kevlar and only one flashbang to work with.
And this for Fnatic is just building bonus, allow themselves to come in with a fairly easy 3rd round, not take many casualties at all, and look to strengthen come the next rifle rounds.
tabseN picked up first by Roy, Nikodos taking swing face. Crimbo's Deagle catches him with his head turned away. So 4-on-4 being gained.
You can see the way that Fasher's coming in quickly with the re-assistance, even some util going down towards those sandbags is going to drive Fnatic a little bit further forward into the crossfires of Crimbo.
Stop them from getting in towards alley position. The Deagle trying to take face for him. Positions up, 60 seconds to play with. Fasher holding his nerve back at Sniper's Nest. Does spot one, spray does a ton of damage to Sin, but not quite able to find the kill.
Now check out the way that Fnatic aren't really overextending here at all, being very back passive on the defensive hold. They've even got a 3rd player of that for Mars to be the next linchpin from the elevators angle.
And flashes to continue suppression here. Roy does find k1to. Reducing Big to only 3 players. Fasha finally gets involved, finishing off the job against Sin. Farben falling all the same, and Crimbo left alone in the 1-on-4. Trying to look for any sort of exit, do some sort of damage here, Dwayne, but I don't think that's going to come through.
It doesn't seem like it at all. Fnatic looking rock solid in the first few rounds of the game. And Crimbo up against the Crane player towards the left-hand side. Pepsor's going to drop him. And one thing that I remember back to that game yesterday, the one between Big and Sprout, think back to Mirage and the start that we saw coming through from Big, the way that they were able to capitalize so many rounds in a row. This time around, it's actually them on the back foot.
It's a 3-0 start for Fnatic. Pistol win conversions being found. And now the gun round comes in, or does it? Big opting to go for MAC-10s here, and Galil's moneyline not quite lining up in the first few.
A Big wanting to get as much out of the full bonus of cash as possible, so look to go in with that MAC-10. It's going to be very quick in for a split in mid.
Sin and Tabson straight up. Tabson will go falling first, but Sin catches Fasha trying to escape. That's now an AK on the T side to work with.
It seems like they want to try and slow it down. Even Roy to peek back out towards the elevator, sees exactly what's going on. Incendiary down, he still gets the safety.
And AWP and Ikados can strike. Sin has fallen. 4-on-3 still for Fnatic, but they've traded places with the T side line. Keto finally gets that AWPer, and Farben swings around the corner to drop them now to 2 players on Fnatic, get that bomb down and all.
They beat them with pace. What an excellent round this has been so far from Big. Now you've got Mezzy and Cove, him and Pepsor to try and work together. There's still an aggressive sightline coming through from Keto. It's all about breaking this setup apart.
Slow but sure, they creep their way forward, trying to find a pick to even up the man standing. And Mezzy can't do it against Farben. Pepsor suddenly alone, 1-on-3. Fragged up by Keto. And that's their first on the board of Big.
And what a steal that is from Big. And they look at that round, don't invest all the way down, but give themselves the MAC-10, some upgraded rifles here and there. And I think they'll be very happy about that. You could just see the way that Roy was caught off guard, trying to reposition, get off back passive towards the alley entrance. Even Nikodos with the AWP just tries his best to hold that establishing crossfire. But Keto and Farfen put the damage forward.
SMG is doing their work. Money gained, of course, Big on the true buy here. Fnatic to reinvest with the rifles that they can gain out. Still an SMG for Roy in this one. He's charging very far forward as well in towards the alley position. Tarps undetected as of right now by the Big side. They're also passive.
And this makes a lot of sense when you consider the buy state. Mezzy already getting that first pick. They don't know about Roy just yet.
Pre-firing general positions in the behind smoke angles. Roy does catch Keto ahead. One small gap there between the Tarps and the smoke itself. And a 5-on-3 has been gained by Fnatic. Tabson is trying to hunt down Fasha, but he's unsuccessful. Drops the bomb for it, and the CTs are taking full control.
Ooh, the AWP goes down, and Roy might just have to keep fighting him and Fasha to establish the crossfire. And nothing that Big could do off of the back of that one. And how frustrating must that be from the Germans? You come through with a half buy, you come through with a steal, you set yourself up for the next rifle round to get that reset, and instead, it doesn't go your way.
Very efficient stuff there from Fnatic to be able to dismantle. An SMG doing so much work there for Roy. Grabbed the AWP as well for Nikodos, so not really having to reinvest into that weapon. And Big taking early tactical. They've been so liberal with these tacticals over the course of the tournament so far. Understandably so. God B, as per usual, looking to try and get his team G'd up to win their first international LAN final for almost 3 years.
It's been a very long time, Jay. And you can just feel how much it would mean for both.
We saw a little bit of the Fnatic fan base, but we know that Big's own fans can be loud. They're out here in force tonight, giving them a little bit more energy. Fnatic, however, using their composure to defeat all obstacles. 3 rounds in the lead for now, and Big do have a buyback here, so we will see the AKs across 4 players.
Yeah, we saw Fnatic playing Vertigo against Saw in the group stage, being tested to a double OT. They managed 9 rounds on that CT side. They're already up 4-1. And Tabson playing behind the util here towards the ramp control. Notice the way that Fnatic are changing their defaults on the CT side. We get the aggressive maneuvers towards ramp in previous rounds. This time around, it's out towards mid. But Nikodos just gets caught by the flash.
That flash perfect from Sin. You could see him trying to adjust, trying to read where Crimbo was, but overcooked it. Allowing that kill to go the way of the T side, despite being a massive window for the shot to ring out. Roy does get the trade back on Keto, though. It is a 4-on-4 scenario. Even standings for the time being. It's careful placement back in that mid position.
And Mezzy just trying to spam down out towards the B side, just in case there's a follow-up lurk. And even up towards the tight. You can see Roy just slightly overextending towards the brigade. Ends up falling. Fasher then just gets caught by Tabson as well.
Oh, he's picking them all up. Looking towards the outside to hold his nerve, hold his position, and Fnatic are just backing out of here. Bomb down, nothing Fnatic can do.
And this for Big is now the opportunity to take more weapons out of the round. Look at Farfan. They keep progressing him. He should at least drop one more.
Could be a chance to get one exit for Mezzi. They'll upgrade to that AK-47. Appropriate time to do so. Get a little bit more firepower going in the next round for Fnatic. They have a little bit of money basis to potentially drop, but the loss bonus being so low does not mean it's going to be an easy buyback.
And we could be going back and forth for a few rounds here. That swing of momentum, breaking both teams' economies. And we always know it's going to be a little bit rougher, more of a challenge when you're on the CT side, if that's the case.
Second up. Big going to establish themselves now in this game. Found their start. Now looking to try equalize against Fnatic, especially again with that shaky buy potential. The AWP and AK staying in. But there's just such little money in the savings account. Fnatic will take a tactical as a result.
Have a chat with Keita, try and gain some of his experience in this sort of context. Tabson, man. He's a beast, isn't he?
Really into this one, aren't they? Godby making the most of his time to talk to his team, as he always likes to do. Very emotional coach, very involved man. And for Big, again, this is their primary opportunity. This is their main stance to get into this matchup and take a lead back from Fnatic. They are going to force the issue here. They are going to get the M4s back in. The drop weapons can come through. We're seeing an AWP, we're seeing 3 M4s, we're seeing 1 AK for Fnatic. And Big could reset them now.
First time in the last 3 months that Vertigo has actually been picked in a best-of-3 series from Big. We've seen it previously in other invitationals. If we see this, though, Farfan run boost over, doesn't quite catch the timing.
Used to be quite a popular tactic to take in the early games for the T side, been lesser so in recent times. Doesn't quite lean towards a kill or even damage against Fnatic here. Big established themselves at stairs at least. It's a little something for them.
I do wonder when Fnatic are going to be a little bit more reactive out here towards the B site, start taking some map control away, getting aggressive down towards the stairs. We haven't seen much when it comes to info plays outside of the ramp control. Very passive, very cautious here from Big.
AWP and Ikaros happy to play to that caution, sitting back at the alley control, having Roy with smoke at the ready. Flashes will come in, will drive that Orba back. Incendiary smoke combination, going to try to suppress vision. The AWP will still hold its nerve. Roy sees one. Cinders get caught, though. Close range from Fasher, the same as Nikodos starts fragging away with a 3K. Not quite the Quadra, but Fasher and Roy are there to clean up the last 2. It's all on Crimbo and a 1-on-4. And there's Roy with his pick. Big backhanded back into reality.
And there might be some question marks on who's going to be AWPing for Big, but there's no question for Fnatic. We know it's Nikodos and we know his strength. Out there towards the top of the tarps, just being able to reface, re-peek, react to so much impact. And then, of course, the rifle is just helping him out. Roy with the distraction. Fashion appeared down from the smoke. Excellent sequence there from Fnatic.
What a responsive as well. Letting that AWP be the only thing that falls. I think they also saved it into this round as well, so Nikodos no need to worry about getting that gun back in. It's Crimbo. Mid-control to be challenged. Pep's all thinking there might be someone behind the Molotov, but so far so little in terms of contact. He will back away.
And this has been 5 rounds in a row now, back and forth between the two sides. Who's going to start getting a streak? Who's going to be able to break it? Crimbo with the boost up does not spot anything out at Guardian.
Unaware as to how close he was to seeing Pepsor, though. Pixels away from either player taking contact. That AK's hunting for him. Molotov set, Basher shoulder baiting, does swing back. Pepsor is at least in for a trade, and Sin is low HP.
And Pepsor might try and rephrase. Even Mezzi being out here towards Quad, drops that bomb at White.
Massive frag for them, Tabson to fall. Needs a second, that's what he'll get as well. Tech 9 to face an AK and all. Pepsor still fragging, back towards mid. Sin will drop it, Quito is not far behind him. Fnatic extending their lead even more so. Big. It was a very good start there towards mid, but they just couldn't follow it up.
I think back to the Elisa Invitational summer of 2021, being invited into the quarterfinals for Big. They actually punish-picked Vertigo against the likes of Skade, and it came back to bite them. Now, you look at this context, Jay. Think about what happened against 500, pick Nuke. Against Sprout, pick Nuke. You come into the grand final, and you pick Vertigo.
Trying to go for a curveball here on the Big side. Fnatic are dealing with it pretty nicely at that. Of course, couldn't get Dust 2. You know Fnatic are going to remove that in the first wave of the ban, so that's that big strong suit for Big that will not be allowed. 4 rounds to the good. Fnatic in control. Nikados' AWP standing ready to receive them. They'll make their way in. The shot will connect to a tag, not the kill.
He's going to double dip back in, try and see for a little bit more. Might have to end up backing off here. Put more pressure down with the util. Already some rotates coming through. Fasher on the way.
Roy just sitting here. Nikados' AWP. Stella so far, certainly not missing Ali. Second frag found, close quarters against Kimbo. Doesn't quite work out to the triple, but Fasher and Roy once again have his back towards side, back towards ramp, and they clean up big effective.
And the 2 highest rated players for Fnatic in the last 3 months on Vertigo is Nikados and Roy. And look at what they've been able to do towards ramp. Those 2 individuals are playing off one another. They're getting trade frags between each other. And even Fasher, the rotate out from the elevators, is just able to deny any further presence aggressively up there from Ali. A slow start here from Big. And again, first time we're seeing it. We saw it in the group stage, but we didn't see it as a map pick in a best of 3.
The way the veto could have gone. The one, if there was another option for Big, obviously they mentioned on the desk for Fnatic, a veto advantage by quite the mile. Big going towards this one. Fnatic currently leading by the 5 rounds that they do. You have to wonder if this was the right call to make. It doesn't matter for this round right now. They're in the thick of it. And Keto is taking Roy. Nikados quick to respond back at the sandbags. A quick headshot on that AWP. I wouldn't be surprised if he got more here.
And now it's just time stalling. The longer he waits out here towards the sandbags, the more of a chance Fasher has of backing him up.
Swing alongside Mezzi does get picked up by Keto. Fasher with a response to that AWP, still not escaping. Father flashes in from the CT forces, gives Fasher a lineup, and Nikados is second. And Fnatic the half for 8-2.
And Fasher's doing very well out here towards the top ramp control. And remember, when he was back on his previous iteration, when he was out there on Lingby Vikings and Ecstatic, Vertigo was always the pioneered map. That was one of the maps in the pool that the Danes always loved playing. Very comfortable out on ramp, a very strong rifler, a very smart player. 10 kills and 4 deaths for him.
Six to make up still for Big, only pistols pulled out. Imagine there might be a tactical when the next set of rifles come in. Big. The best they're looking at right now is potentially a 6-9 half. Fnatic, surely this is a freebie for them.
Got to imagine so. And Fnatic have proved themselves to have some very strong CT halves. I think back about the one against Astralis in the best of 1, the 14-1 against Astralis on Mirage in the best of 3 and 11-4. They've proved in this event already that they can have mass leads.
Big will be looking for the steal. Found one already here on T side. Lesser weapons to play with this time. The flashes go over and 4 players are stacked up. The nades come in and Mezzi does find an angle to play with.
Out towards Quad, just has to keep fighting, get that support in. Big have just got to keep committing.
Making it look easy with these guns. Against these pistols, Big don't stand a chance here. Fnatic will find their freebie, will find their 9th. Crimbo just trying to look to make any sort of expense happen, but 4 points of damage done in that round to Fnatic. They are looking lights out once again, and we've seen this before. We saw it yesterday against Astralis.
I think back to that last head-to-head that we saw, even Mezzi, think about this actually for a moment. We're very familiar with him, Jay.
Yep. Remember casting him back in Dog Gaming years.
Well, this is his first time that we've actually seen him play on a grand final at an international LAN event. He's only played at UK events. The last time he was playing with a crowd was I-65 with Vex. I know you remember that one, Jay.
Casted that final. From the humble beginnings of BYOC to here on his grandest stage yet and his first stage with Fnatic as an IGL. His first grand final, of course, in that context. An opportunity to do major work right here. And so far, he's been doing a great job. Not individually, but you can't argue with the scoreline, 9-2.
I think it's been very rock solid out towards the B site. You've got to remember how many times Fnatic have been able to aggress themselves and play up towards the A pressure. Mezzi's been the B anchor out towards Quad in the multiple rounds we've seen from him yet. Roy and Nikados always on the front foot here towards the Tarps.
Molly sent, Roy wrapping in, Keto dived away past the smoke. Roy unawares of how close they really are, but they'll start to hit that utility. Try catch off tabs and they'll get him. Keto does counter dink back. Advantage still sits with Fnatic, and finally that trade will come in with Mezzi taking further damage. Nikados might get pressured here. Still looks in for Keto, and Keto finds the pick.
Even on low HP, he feels like he's got a moment there to start slightly over-peaking. And Fasha, he can start relaying over. Well, they haven't actually acted. Now, while that's happening, look at what Mezzi's done. He's taken that counter-action of aggressing down from B. This means both of the A players, Fasha and Pepzor, can play together.
Holding his position backed up. Fasha making his move in. Sin right there, captures the casualty. Pepzor's very close, though. Could still find these trades. Fnatic might give him another good fight here. Sin is going to get picked up. Pepzor taking a bit of damage back to return. But a 2-on-2 scenario is gained. And Mezzi continues his hunt.
And now it's the patience game. Crimbo trying to see if he can clear up as much of that site as possible, give him an angle onto the likes of Pepzor and win exactly that.
Now, how does Mezzi win this clutch if he does win it at all? Bomb goes down. Of course it would do. And he's made no noise here. They don't know he's coming in from the back.
He's got to try and have some trigger discipline, try and isolate both of these players individually, and get up towards Ali and deal with the first.
Nah, Keto doesn't even let him go that far. Decent ding, but a 2K. Low HP for Keto, but he's alive, and that's the most important thing. Bringing in that third round for Big. Got 3 more to find in this half as well.
And some breathing room for them. I think back to their map pick of what happened on Nuke on the T side, and one of the things that we did see from them was a lot of individual rounds, not being able to follow up, not being able to provide streaks. Now, as of right now, in the 3 that we've seen, we haven't had that bridge. And this is their chance to start putting a foothold down on the economy state, because at least for Fnatic, you've got some players that are low, but some that can still buy.
Flashes forward to the smokes, Tabson straight up with that AK, M4's in, Nikodos finds that opening pick once again, being tagged up behind the smokes though, finding a gap to play with. Tabson is low, Nikodos also tagged, but he has Fasha right behind him and all. AWP scope in, and Sin's just not ready for it. Fnatic with staggered aggression, getting ahead of that smoke and just ripping them apart again. It's another 5-on-2.
And Nikodos looking for more, waiting for that impact to just continue to rain out. And remember what happened yesterday against Astralis. Think about that first half of Mirage, the first map of the series. What did we see? Aggression towards A-Ramp, aggression towards Connector, aggression towards Palace. On the CT side, they were positive. They were looking for fights. They were always on the front foot. And that's exactly what they're doing here again on Vertigo.
60 seconds remaining. Crimbo trying to prod forward. The flashes are going over. Roy's M4 trying to spot for them. Crimbo leaning up. Does see him, but Roy backs off.
And for Big, they've just got to be able to try and siphon and punish any of these overpeakers. Roy to peek right back into the angle. Crimbo does catch him.
HP advantage always going to favor Big there. Smoke in towards the elevators, indicating they're going to go towards that B site. You've got one player that's trying to counter aggress. Molotov sent to try driving them away from corners. There's Crimbo about to challenge one close. Fasher sees him, gets that kill. And Farvan almost getting tapped up through the smoke himself. 20 seconds left, bomb is on his back. He's trying to try and counter backstab the B site. But they're good for at least one trade. Pepzor will fall. 13 seconds now, and there's Mezzi with that trade, with that response. Double digits for Fnatic on the CT side.
Now Fasha doing so much work to cancel any of that split back towards the elevators. It's been 5 years since he's been at a grand final at an international LAN. All the way back in the ESL Premiership autumn of 2017 with Endpoint, in fact, playing with the Brits.
Played with them during the Elisa Invitationals in the past as well. Defined by the grassroots for him. Fnatic. Of course, a major part of this rebuild stage for them. Bringing up those talents, molding them, turning them into what they're being today. HG sent down, of course, the plays from Nikodos, as you would expect here, rocking the AWP, holding out Ramp.
The Big could be a little bit quicker this time around with the util pop, trying to get into mid and into B quick.
Incendiary's held back, Fasher swinging, does not quite find vision. HG's are sent, Crimbo takes some damage, and the utility does tag up on Crimbo, who does force out a decent fight back at CT. That's a start for Big.
They actually slow it down towards the mid control and start lurking their way up towards the top of the B stairs. And Big try and cancel and try and see if they can bait a reaction. You've got a lurk still down from Keto towards a lower bomb site. You've got the likes of Keto even waiting to see if he can cut a rotate off Roy, thinking about a re-extension towards CT.
Dem4 trying to find an angle to play with. Of course, they didn't get that gun back on the T side, so they're still rocking the Tech 9s and Deagles. Working their way around towards the B play. You see Pepzor trying to take position alongside Mezzi, holding the mid control from Scaff. Also got Roy over on that B site. A dominated by Nikodos' Orb will just get that first shot fall back for the rotations.
Mezzi being able to spam up the first, and Pepzor, does this get cleared?
Not quite, not against Farvin. Crimbo falling. Trades a bit awkward from Pepsor. He misses out that spray, and Sin comes up with 2, but only 2. It's Keto versus 2, and needs to get the 2 headshots immediately on this Deagle. Sees that one player of Roy. Bomb will just about go down as Roy does not swing for the challenge. Shots not connecting to the headshots either. Fnatic continue to romp big here on CT side.
And even when you consider their CT percent when it comes to the round win, in the last 3 months, Jay, is under 60%. It's not a massive marker. It's not like we're talking about overpass as an example. So the idea that they've done this in the first half, that you're up 11-3, that's a huge scoreline.
Very much hoping that Big have a good CT side here, because they might need it. God B looking so frustrated as well. They've tried so much here on Big. They've tried a lot of different tactics and strategies, but they haven't really worked against Fnatic. The firepower has definitely been there. The trading game.
Much out of Tabson. I mean, think about the idea that he's the second highest rated player in the event. He's got 2 kills.
To see him unlocked. Again, they mentioned it on the desk, potentially 5-star players for Fnatic, only 1 for Big at the moment. Farvin engaging with that AK. Pepsor flashed forward, caught off. Aggression finally punished on Big.
And nicely done, but while that's happening, you can see the way that Fnatic are trying to put some more pace and pressure down towards A. Fasher repositioning in mid.
Get towards the sandbags, the utility gets thrown over, none to go to his position, flashbang, evaded, Tabson gets another good kill, Farvin also following suit. It's a little bit better for Big. A confident round coming in a little bit too late for my money, but it should be a 4th at least to give a bit more buffer in the second half.
It's a good way to end off the half, you can be happy about that. And he starts with that opening kill down there towards the bottom of the B stairs, and then just a mid-challenge. Roy and Nikodos, the Danes, try and retake a 2v5.
You have seen Fnatic battle back from major man disadvantages. This one might be a bit too far gone, though. Only Tabson really the low HP player of the T side. Facing from Roy, hyper-aggressive Nikodos, who's trying to set up utility and just not even going to get given a chance to do so. Deagle up in mid, catches 1, no more than that. 11-4 for Fnatic.
And for Fnatic, this is exactly where you want to be, the breathing room of a very solid first half.
Well, Big might not be Danish, but they will be praying for Zonic's Law to apply in the second half after the break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
11-4 for Fnatic at this stage. Big need to find a hero, and they need to find it quick for my money. My mind turns to Crimbo right now, top fragger of the board. Not the most likely hero for the big side, but right now he's the only man that's keeping pace.
He stepped up to the challenge, and to know that he has never played on a grand final at an international LAN before, the best he was able to do was that semi-final at IEM Dallas this year. That's the highest he's been able to go. This is his 101st map on LAN, and he's been keeping them in the game, even if it's ever so slightly.
Certainly, he might be one player to watch out for. k1to is only 2 frags behind him. Again, my big concern has got to be tabseN, only 4 picks as of right now here. This is 10th international LAN for him. He has that experience to bolster himself and be a great individual player. I understand that he's obviously doing many other things inside the server and inside the comms, but that individuality has allowed Big to get as far as they have right now. They need to see it now in the pistol especially. Fnatic wrapping the corner. Mezzi's scored 2 frags already. Pepsol jumps the corner, and k1to doesn't stand a chance against 3.
Well, that's one way to wake up as we go back into the game. And Crimbo to try and deny any accountability of the fast split, but it's just not happening. Fasher with another, Crimbo with a couple, but players all around. The USP's trying to get back in, but not to be. My goodness, beat them with pace. Well, boy, was that quick.
Mezzi, man alive, that was sick.
Well, just think about what we saw in the playoffs. Again, I don't think he had the best of performances in the group stage. I think he was the 51st highest rated player. He had 23 kills on Mirage and 28 on Overpass. He found so much form in that series yesterday.
He's formed up here for the pistol basis. Fnatic, an important one to take as well. Big going harsh eco to get the guns out early. Need them at this stage. Fnatic are already closing in on the win on Vertigo. Again, Big picked this map. Trying to stack their way in towards adding Nicholas. Why get caught off guard? Roy is at least in for a decent trade. Mezzi going to follow suit, so no advantage gained by the CT Falls as they almost get Mezzi. He stays alive alongside Roy's support. And k1to, AK in hand, he's all alone.
That's a decent effort. Again, you don't have anything in that round. You stack up. You only find 1 kill, so slightly underwhelming when we think about how much damage has actually been done in the round. But for Fnatic, you can almost taste the victory from this point onwards. You are getting so close to one of the most one-sided map wins that we are going to see this entire playoff bracket so far.
Here's k1to's taking names with him. Frag found out to Elevator, rotation coming in from Roy. He's low HP here towards the B site. Might go for another good fight. The bomb, however, is going down towards that A site. The flashbangs, of course, will be heard, and k1to will be aware that no one's here towards B, but will not opt to act towards the A site, at least not initially. Again, just looking for exits. He wants the AK above all else.
It'd be a tidy little upgrade to bring forward into the next round. Fnatic, though, their main focus is going to be that rifle coming out on top and coming closer to 16. And just knowing that Vertigo, again, 5 wins, 1 loss. You look at it to the track record of Fnatic and you can understand why we're seeing this. You can understand why they're putting on a good performance and they're putting on a good show.
Number 13. Unlucky for some, not for Fnatic right now. It's 9 rounds in the lead. Big had a couple opportunities to start bringing this game back, but none of them have been successful so far. And that is very concerning.
Now, I've got something for you here, Jay. tabseN was quiet versus Fnatic in the last head-to-head. He was actually the lowest rated player in the server. Is that something that we need to consider here? The idea that in this event, he's been fantastic. He's been stellar. But the last time at the Major when they played one another, he was absent.
He's absent again right here and now. Again, bottom of the board. Key player to remove from the server as well. Fnatic. Currently looking like they can't be stopped, and Big not showing any signs of changing that at this stage. Molly set for Roy, very nice below the floor Molotov. That does do damage, that's forced them back. They continue their progress up ramp.
Now you've got both tabseN and k1to to play off one another. Now there's not much of an info play as of right now from Big. k1to's going to start to slowly maneuver forward.
Ever so carefully. tabseN with the smoke, Mezzi. Galil held, k1to gets that 1 frag. Pepsor so quick to respond, and tabseN doesn't know where to look, doesn't know where they're coming in from. Needs that backup pretty quick here. Molly sent, re-smokes back on, flashes will come forward, and they'll force Big back.
And now it's just about getting the bomb down. Mezzi even looking up towards that headshot position. Sin's taking a lot of damage.
And so is Tabs into the blind sprays. He's still in the middle of the bomb site, though. Can he deny the bomb plant here? He might well do so. They're right up against each other. Player on the default position. Indeed, Pepsor will fall towards Tabson. That's massive for Big.
Now Fasha's going to try and get it down again. Do they deny for a second time?
Plant on. No HEs, no close range positions. Flashbangs will come over for Tabson, trying to enable his teammates to get in. And Sin is going to drop. Back to evens will go. Fasher is so blinded, but they can't capitalize upon it. M4 picked up. Swing back to Farben. Crimbo comes up to a 2-on-2. Mezzi now standing alone as Nikolos goes dropping, but so is Tabson. A 1-on-1 against two key elements of both sides. Tapped once. Tabson hunting for the pick back, but Mezzi catches him looking the wrong way. And Fnatic keep the hype train running.
And notice what Fnatic did there. The idea that Mezzi does not peek with Nikolos means that from Tabson's POV, he thinks he's out towards Ali. Maybe down there at the bottom of ramp, because if you're in that position, you always peek together. You play as a unit. That's a wonderful bait being brought forward. Mezzi not peeking with his teammate. Nikolos even coming through with a kill. And it comes down to Mezzi to end the round. 14-4. The same scoreline that Astralis had that still went to OT. Do you believe that to be the case?
It's a very different team on the back foot here for Big. 10 rounds to make up. Still seeing no signs of their main stars, Farvad and Sin, tailing behind Tabson as well. I am very concerned at what this means for the rest of the series.
Just knowing how much of a beast both Tabson and Farfan was in that series against Sprout, bringing consistency across all maps in the pool. But for Fnatic, they've come through with a game plan and they've executed it to perfection. And again, they spoke about it on the desk, the way that you've got 5 sound players that could just work off one another. We don't have a kill leader that's spreading by a country mile. It's very tight. And so is that shot from Fasha.
Roy can follow suit on Sin as well. Advantage Fnatic so easily gained. Big showing no resistance. Keto finally gets one back on that 5-7. Nikolos also falls to Farben's M4. This is starting to stand up here a bit for Big. 3-on-3 scenario. Farben up close and personal, but runs into Pepsor spray. Loses life alongside Tabson. And Keto and AK has been picked up. But 9 HP to clutch a 1-on-3. And at this scoreline, maybe he has to go for it here.
I think you have to save, to be honest. I mean, 9 points of health, what are you working with? It's so limited. And even for Pepsor, I think he's been quite limited in this map. We haven't seen much from him. That round's vital, though. It's a 3v3. You're up against an eco. It's getting slightly out of control. And it gets you out of trouble. It gets you those couple of kills that open up the bomb site.
A 15th for Fnatic. Map points on Big's map pick. 11 of them to play with for the international team. And well, I imagine there'll be stern words with God being backstage with the big playing area. This has not been their day, Dweg. They fought so hard to get here. Had some one-sided maps above 500, of course, went toe-to-toe with Sprout yesterday, did so much great work in spite of the situation with the stand-in. It's not deterred Big's fans tonight. They're going to need your support from here on out with this comeback, possibly with maps 2 and 3 if they have to go there. What are you saying, man?
Well, we've seen these faces before, haven't we? Fnatic lost to Copenhagen Flames. Roy and Nikolos were there. And then look what happens. They join up. They come together. Roy and Nikolos are familiar with playing in grand finals in Elisa events. Unsuccessful in the past. But I tell you, Jay, this is a very different look for them. 15-4.
Keep it going, they're gonna need it. 11 rounds to make up for Big. They at least have the gun by here. It's a basis to work from, and Keto does find Roy. Had to start out from ramp. Mezzi sneaking in at top. Sin gets Pepsor. Mezzi stuck behind them, though. 5-on-3. Sin is traded back by Fasha. This round is not over yet. It's Especially if Keto doesn't win this fight, which he doesn't to Mezzi, evened up at 3-all.
And now they can start putting some pressure back onto Tabson. Has to relocate, get out towards a crane. Even Fasher starts retreating. And while that's happening, you start thinking, where can Farfan and Crimbo start to act? It's going to be in from behind.
I think they're aware of that backstab. You saw the one player of the T side looking towards that connected position. Tabson's backed away. M4 holding the side, but Farvan quickly closing in the backstab pincers. Mezzi's going to watch for it. No, he's not. Nico's going to get caught. Farvan with an all-important kill. Back to the advantage of Big here.
And that's going to send them up towards A. They need to try and put some pressure and try to get this bomb down.
Flash is sent ahead of the smokes. Fnatic trying to slow things down, trying to force some uncomfortability out of Big as Mezzi wins an important fight against Farvan. That's 2 for him in this round. Crimbo, they're aware of his position. They're tapping through that smoke. They haven't seen him, though. They'll check that corner. Mezzi wins the fight and everything. And now it's all on Tabson here. Backed up at the A site, seeing Fasher. Fasher saw him the same. But that bomb's for press back here in the corner. It might have to commit to A.
They've got so much time. They can work together. Tabson's got to deal with both players.
Starting to swing, sees one, but Mezzi domes him in with the headshot. And that is the most one-sided map we've seen here on the stage. Fnatic taking it on Vertigo 16-4.
And Mezzi, my goodness, 23-9 in that first map against Astralis yesterday. He goes 22-8 today. 2 fantastic maps for map number 1 in best of 3 to Mezzi.
What a statement to send as well in the grand finals. Fnatic was saying, I mean, Keto was saying to HLTV yesterday, we're looking to build for the future. We're looking for trophies in a few months from now. Not here today, right? They know the rebuild process is what they have to focus on the most, but this is looking like a trophy already to me.
And they've put themselves in a grand position. And moving forward into map 2, over past their bread and butter, a map that we've seen them be so consistent on in this event, a map that they've been so consistent on in the last few months. They've got so many positives going their way.
It truly has been just a stellar performance right there from the Fnatic side. And for Big, it's got to be back to the drawing board. It's got to go right back into that playing room. Godby's got to get involved and give them the mentality they need to bring this one back, because they are truly on the brink of demise so effectively in the grand finals as well. For now, it's down to Heku and one of the boys.
Fnatic already have 1 win in their pocket, 1 more, and they'll be the champions here on the big stage. But Mezzi, we were kind of surprised when it comes to the veto. We saw that Big decided to go for Vertigo. Were you as surprised as we?
I think we were pretty surprised. We always knew there was a chance they could pick it, because obviously they're here with a couple of stand-ins. They're maybe not had the most time to prepare and stuff. So we always knew there was a chance they could throw in a curveball with the veto. And obviously it was a map that we didn't expect, but we're always ready for it. And we had the preparation anyway, so we were definitely prepared. It was just obviously a little bit of a curveball, but as you saw from the scoreline, we were definitely ready for the map and confident.
Well, during the second half, the casters mentioned that, you start with an 11-4, and they mentioned the zoning effect, that sometimes can actually have an influence on the whole outcome. Is that something you actually keep an eye on and okay guys, we just need to not mess up and we'll be fine, or you don't really care about the score?
Not really. I think for us it's just about having the confidence in our other half, and I think for us it was even though it's 11-4, and obviously if they get the pistol then it can go swing the other way, but for us it was just about to be honest, our T sides usually are the stronger side, so we knew going into that we were very confident, and no matter the scoreline, whether it was 8-7, even if they were 11-4, we knew we would be able to make a comeback either way. So for us, as soon as we got the pistol, we were definitely confident in the buy round. So I think it was just a plus for us that we had a really good CT side.
Well, right now you're going to go for Overpass, which is your map pick, which means that you're going to start on the T side. What is your goal? How many rounds do you need to get to just feel comfortable?
15.
15 rounds on the T side and Overpass. All right, Mezzi, then good luck getting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go on, Mezzi. Look at him go. 2 games now we've seen him step up beyond belief. But this was a huge team performance out of Fnatic's side, and it shows in that incredible scoreline.
Yeah, we talked about it, Messi, who was the lowest rated player in Fnatic, he's now the highest in this map. So they're evening out the rating throughout the tournament, every game. So no, incredible performance from them. There's not much to say. Once we got past 6-7 rounds, it just felt like Fnatic had too much control. The kind of game plan fell apart a little bit for Big. There were some crucial moments, they revealed their surprise factor, and then Fnatic just adjusted and played a stable game.
Yeah, again, a lot of this is going to come down to whether or not Fnatic were going to be able to maintain A control. They were able to do so. I think Nikodos was able to kind of set the tone early on, even though he didn't necessarily have to be a massive factor. Again, we talked about how we were expecting Oppers to do better versus a big that don't actually have Searson with them, and so on and so forth. But he started off, even though he wasn't necessarily the driving force, going further into the match, he set them off at a good pace, basically denied Big from being able to kind of just wandering freely up A ramp and kind of having to take their time, use their utility and so on, which made things very, very comfortable for the likes of Roy, as we saw time and time again.
And Nikodos, right? He came in super confident, saying he wasn't really going to have too much of a trouble in it. Well, none of the whole team did, right? This is a great sign for Fnatic, but for Big, you've got to pick yourself up mentally after a loss like that. And at least right now, I'm worried about Tabson, because he was the one you're looking as the shining light in individual form.
I think Gob is going to make sure, they keep their confidence. He's going to take the responsibility for this one, make sure the boys are ready. We'd still have a chance. There's 2 maps left to go. So with the experience of Gob, I'm sure the mentality is going to be fine. They threw that curveball. Everyone in the team was aware of that. So, yeah. They just have to keep going. They have a chance that they weren't necessarily, favorites to come into the final from the start. They've made a wonderful tournament so far, and they have picked themselves up in games in the past in this tournament. So.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And again, it's like you said, they knew going into it, Vertigo could be a gamble. It could work out wonderfully for them, or, it could end up the way it did. So I think it's going to be easier, potentially, than having, let's say, like your whole map. If this would have been Dust 2 and they had a similar result, then I think it's going to be harder to kind of mentally reset yourself and get ready for Overpass. But with the way things kind of panned out in the veto, it's like, yeah, we tried. All right, let's just focus in on Overpass. We have been able to win it in this tournament on multiple occasions, and they should be quite familiar with the map, honestly, with this 5 as well at this point.
When it comes to Mezzi, though, right, looking at him as now a couple of games individually stepping up, I think it was Dweg that said he was like super low down on the overall ratings coming through the group stage. Playoff Mezzi looks like a different beast, and remember, he wasn't an IGL originally.
No, and it's a really, really difficult transition to make, especially as young as Messier is and the kind of roles that they've had. So he's definitely picked up. I'm sure that Keita and all the experienced guys like Roy and Krims have helped him along the line to kind of develop that and give tips from previous in-game leaders that they've played with, how they approach the game and thought about certain situations and utilize these kind of calling patterns. So. This is the Messi, when he's relaxed. Maybe he didn't have to do that much calling today. He just had to focus on the crosshair.
It's like, go to your positions and we'll take it from there.
Yeah. And that was a 1.83 rating with those kind of stats. Huge AJR up there as well. Individually fantastic. So I think we should head to a break, boys. Keep this moving and get ourselves ready for the second map. It's Overpass coming up. Big have certainly played a couple of times throughout this tournament. But this could be the end of the road for them unless they can bounce back.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat. Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Podi otais kohtaa todella eteenpäin hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Overpass is coming right up. It could be the final map here if Fnatic can seal the deal on their map pick. And it's up to Big to fight back and give us a third map if possible. Now, they've had a couple of close games here, boys, which could say, okay, at least they know how to play it with this roster. At least they know what they're coming up against. But this is Fnatic looking strong over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, this is their home map. They have a 91% win rate. It's incredibly
not bad.
difficult to get to that point after 11 maps played. So, you know, Big, obviously, they won 1 out of 3. But Fnatic did look a little bit shaky on it yesterday. Astralis, after Fnatic posted a really good T side, they got, I think they won the half 8-7, and Astralis brought it back, made it close. So there is still some shakiness for Fnatic on that CD side. So that's, you know, the hope for Big, if we can say so.
Yeah, no, I mean, they kind of have to hope for a similar, I guess, track from what we saw versus Astralis as well from Fnatic. The fact that, yeah, you can kind of expect them to have a pretty decent T side, and you'll stem that as much as you can if you're Big, but you're hoping that the woes from the CT side is still going to be present. The fact that there's still going to be some shakiness over towards the B side, that they're not necessarily going to be completely in sync. Maybe they get a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit over-eager. That's something that actually lost out Fnatic quite a few rounds in yesterday's semifinals. So we'll see if Big are going to be able to adapt and kind of set up their play to actually account for that. But it is still very much an uphill struggle. I mean, you can't escape that fact.
Now, the one thing I'll say, which is not ideal for Big, we always talk about pistol rounds being so important. You've played this map 3 times. You've won every single pistol round on both sides across all the maps, and you still don't get many wins. You just about beat Sprout, who had a stand-in.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it's not. It's not looking
good. Let's just put it that way.
This is rough. How do you get out of this?
I don't know. Again, you kind of have to hope that what the strength of Fnatic have been throughout this tournament, the fact that everybody is contributing, the fact that everybody's kind of doing what they're meant to do, that one of them is maybe going to have an off game. It's not normal for a team to have all 5 players just play at a very high level throughout the entirety of an event. So maybe there's going to be at some point somebody who kind of drops off.
I do want to tell that this meta right now in Counter-Strike is a little bit of if you kind of pick up the opponent's map just because you start on that strong side, CT side, you can pick up the momentum, and then there's like a 50-50 chance you win the map because you win T-pistol. You know, like that's kind of how it is in some circumstances in the very CT-dominated maps, which Overpass can be.
Yeah, no, it definitely can be. And I mean, again, these 2 teams played this map at Rio, and that was a 16-14. So Big, again, even though they're going up against a team that has a much better win record, like all the data would kind of lean you in the favor of Fnatic. They've still been competitive versus them as of very, very recent. We're talking less than 2 weeks, right? So they can definitely know what to expect coming into it. I guess that might be one of the upsides for Big, if you want to put it that way. The fact that they will have some alterations, some changes to how they play Overpass because Sirsion's not there. That could play to their advantage. But it did look like Keda and Co had done their work when it came to preparing for Big in the first map.
How much pressure do you expect there to be now on Tabs and Shoulders, not just as the IGL, but to individually bring that level that can be the saving grace for them here?
I think there's a lot of pressure actually, because you never want to be in a grand final and kind of be completely dominated. That's never a good feeling. It's never something you want, or you know, you feel embarrassed almost at certain points. At least I have in the past when that's have happened. So there's a lot of pressure on him, but I don't think he will be moved at all by that pressure. tabseN is, you know, ice cold. He's making the calls, he's making the plays, no matter what situation. High pressure situation. We saw it in the quarters, the semis. He kept in these like half buys, always coming up with key frags for them to kind of get back into that money control and pace of the game.
And look at this here from Godbart. We're seeing him on the camera. He was just giving some form of a speech, and he's probably trying to find some motivating words for these guys. While the Fnatic team look very comfortable, just getting themselves into the seat. The problem here, though, you can always get too comfortable, right? We don't want to see that happen for Fnatic, surely.
No, but I still think they're in this kind of like, I don't want to say honeymoon stage by any means, but it's just like newer stage of their team's existence, right? To the point where they realize that they haven't been in many finals. They realize that this is not an opportunity that's going to come around all too often. Almost regardless of how good you are, like you rarely have the same teams just coming to finals, right? So you make the most out of it. And I think that's what's on the mind of Fnatic. They don't want to overdo anything. They don't want to overthink anything, but I don't think they're going to take it lightly on the challenges of big.
You definitely shouldn't if you want to win this grand final 2-0. Now let me test this out. Espoo Arena, are you ready? Let's get it over to Jay and Dweg. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, gents. Yes, it's either go big or go home at this stage for the German team. And for them, I have a feeling it might be a bit more like go home, honestly. A lot of key elements missing from the big side there, and just a 16-4 scoreline to bring back from in the opposing map pick now here. I just can't see a way out. At least we have those previous head-to-heads that look close, but who are the guys we're looking at here for big to really make the difference?
Well, hopefully tabseN, because that was his worst rated performance in this entire event so far. Now, we know that he's a player that can change a dimension. He's a player that could perform an overpass, but you also have to look at the other side and think, well, who are you up against? Pepsor was impeccable in that series against Astralis on the city side of overpass, playing out to B. Mezzi was very consistent. You had Roy playing around the bathrooms with Nikodos towards A. You've got a lot of strongholds here from the Fnatic team.
Yeah, Pepsor's only the bottom of the board as well for Fnatic. Not to take anything away from him, right? He's still positive, he still had impact, but if you're looking at someone like him to be the main element now, what are the rest of the players going to do? What's Mezzi going to do? What's Roy going to do? What's Fasher going to do? You've got so many things to think about here against the Fnatic side. And Big needs to battle back from the brink of demise in the grand finals. It's Overpass with their CT side to kick things off.
And we saw Fnatic struggling in pistol rounds over the course of this event, but went 2 for 2 in map number 1. And out of the gate again, it's going to be quick.
Oh, this is so fast from Pepsor. First man in ahead of the flashbang. Glock pulled out. USB's against him. Farthen will get that first kill. That's a very good start. Needs a whole lot more alongside Kito's backup. Bomb gets dropped in the open. Fasher turns it to a 3-on-3 and looks towards the backside, but doesn't check. Toxic's in, still standing. And he gets them both. Nikodos now all alone, a 1-on-3. His Glock out, trying to find something here back towards him, and he will spot one. Knows that Sin's still close, trying to isolate that pick and almost gets it, but not quite to be. It's a 3K for Sin and a pistol to start things off for Big.
And that's an incredible statement coming through from someone like Sin. And we saw out map number 1, only 6 frags presented itself. He wasted a lot of time. He stalled out there towards a Toxic and just allowed himself to continue to put numbers up, a triple in fact. And from Fnatic, the second round, it's gonna have to be a harsh block.
The roaring bears are roaring now. All sorts of reasons to do so. Fnatic down a pistol, should be easy enough for Big to clean this up. Not many upgrades in play. The Deagles on Fasher and Mezzi, and Mezzi's already on 10 HP.
And just knowing for Big's sake, a lot of MP9s coming through into the second round. They want to farm up that cash, give themselves some workability. Only 3 maps played in the last 3 months when it comes to their overpass. I look back to what we've seen against Sprout. How much can we draw on that yesterday? Again, Berry was the coach standing in on map number 1.
Lean forward for tabseN. So many players around this corner. Fine, Mezzi comes easy. Nikodos, similar story. Roy evades him, so no contact established on the third player. Been reduced by 2 anyway, and tabseN still hunting for more. Sees that third man. Quadra, not quite gained, but Quito able to at least give him a little bit of space back towards that Tico and control. That's a Quadra in the end of the rounds. And far better for tabseN already. It is an anti-eco set, fair enough, but That's going to be confidence building.
And these stand-ins, Pepsor and Sin, exactly the same with the amount of maps played on LAN. One thing as well, Jay, both of them have played at international LAN events in the past in grand finals. Both times they've been unsuccessful. This time, one of them will come away with the victory.
The question is who? Fnatic made a massive case for themselves, of course, in that first map. Big, however, starting things off solidly. Fnatic are up to the rifles at least. The lost bonus building, no bomb plants able to bolster them effectively. They have got a Galil in play. Still a bonus weapon round here for Big. The SMG's in for Farvin, k1to, and Crimbo.
And Fash is trying to see if he can catch a timing. A slight reposition out here towards the B site. You can see the little tail coming through from the AK, looking over towards that pillar position. Big have got even. k1to very aggressive.
Roy smoke. Molotov sent. k1to barely misses out the frag. Roy's going to back off, getting the kill, but he's low HP.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. And now Fasher just opens up B.
Looking for the second on Crimbo and all. Lack of firepower, harming Big in that one. It was a bonus round, so fair play. But it does mean Fnatic should get there first on the board, unless Farvin and tabseN has something to say about that, and indeed they do. That's 2 to return.
Well, the bomb still hasn't crossed out for this monster position, but Messi can put the volley down. Farvin's going to swing out in the open, just get denied. But Pepsor lines up a couple. Him and Fash are working together. And Fnatic, that first punishment of k1to, look at what that ends up building with Fash's kill towards B, and then transfer over to Monster.
The first round for Fnatic, again, they had the full set of rifles. Big had a number of SMGs there. Got a number of kill bonuses, of course, on the anti-eco basis, and of course here, and a couple of picks going back their way. Enables a Same buy here, more of a hero rifle setup from tabseN and Farvin.
And just allow Fnatic to come closer to tying up the scoreline. Try and put pressure back onto the economy state. tabseN aggressive towards the fountains. We saw this quite a bit against the Sprout game yesterday.
Smokes, Molly sent, Roy backing up, his AK holding its nerve, M4 swinging, and Roy still wins the fight. Headshot of the AK doing one better than the M4. That's the only automatic taken away from Big.
And Roy's the highest rated player on Overpass in the last 3 months for Fnatic. We know that he could be a key on the T side. He's actually first in the event for opening kills per round, Jay. That's already one onto tabseN.
Pepsor tried to follow suit with a second, but got a lot more damage done towards him. The HG, however, takes Crimbo down at 18 points of health. Meanwhile, nikedos and Messi striking out from Monster. Sin will go down. Crimbo's P250, getting Molotov away from ramp. 5 on 3 still for Fnatic. Big getting forced back here. k1to's recovered that M4. The Scout's also on the way in. The AK and nikedos spraying will catch Crimbo in the end. Now look up against that M4 again. Headshot, not quite getting the spray, doing damage to the body, and k1to wins the fight.
It's going to be an instant save, though. And knowing that Fasher can even start working up towards Connector, you wonder if there is going to be a slight hunt at all. And Fafin just trying to hope for an exit frag, something to present itself, but just being smoked off.
Yeah, no choice in the matter. Got to run away. Save his weapons. k1to. Fair amount of work done for him at 7 points of health, but nothing that will make a major difference here, as you mentioned. It is a safe call. Fnatic will have their second. But Big only really half bought into that round, right? It was only just the M4 and the Scout being brought into this round and just basic pistols around it. Not a lot of Kevlar in play. Not a lot of investment at all. So this should be a rifle reinvestment.
What do you reckon Pepsor, when he got the offer, when he got the contract to play with Fnatic Rising, thought that he would be playing and standing in on 3 separate occasions for Fnatic on LAN, and this time in Finland, on a grand final, to try and get a Katowice spot?
I mean, not necessarily. He is with some great elements, though. Messi and k1to are currently the longest tenured members in this event. Of course, it would be Crims if he was here, but he's not. So quick out for nikedos. Trying to be one of the newer elements that gets the frags in early. Can't quite hit the shot of the AWP, though. Backed up. The CTs will fall back themselves.
I think it shows what the body and the structure that Messi and the likes of k1to are set up for this team. The backbones, if you will, allow themselves to continue to rise forward, to allow more success for the organization. Fafin flashed in aggressively over towards short water. Roy can't see any further aggression, and nor does Pepsor.
Still press forward on Fnatic. Continuing to keep this round slow and quiet. k1to, however, finds an angle. nikedos is doing him one better. Perfect shot for the kill.
And I wonder if this is something that's going to continue on rifle rounds as opening picks from Fnatic. We've seen it from Roy, we've now seen it from nikedos. He's even thinking about prodding a little bit further forward out from Divider. Give himself more room to start taking away to A, but it's all going to be a fake and a ruse.
45 seconds left, and Roy ducked down, creeping, crawling his way forward. tabseN has no idea what's about to face him. Oh, backed up. Perfect kill. Wonderful stuff from Roy, and setting up with a backstab towards the B side. 2 CTs to read it. Smoke comes in towards Heaven, blocking him off only for the moment, but pulling more attention for Fnatic away from this position. It works well for them. Crimbo falling next now. 2 players remaining for Big. Farben is pressed in a corner. Should not survive for much longer. Indeed, he doesn't. Fasher, 4 HP, but gets his kill in the round, and Sin in a 1-on-5.
And you know what I love in that round? Is it's not what we saw yesterday. It's not that hesitation, because there were a few rounds when we look at Fnatic against Astralis where they got a pick towards A, okay, we'll send it back up to Connector. We get a pick B, oh, let's start moving away. They commit with what they've got. They leave Roy's alert towards A, and he backstabs in from Heaven. I think that's something that Fnatic have changed from when they played Overpass against Astralis.
You can imagine that they spent the last night sort of thinking about that earlier on this morning, in the afternoon, in the warm-up rooms, and getting themselves G'd up with that knowledge. Keita, of course, will be doing that research to figure out exactly what went wrong in that Astralis game. It was down to the wire. It was still a win for them, of course. You have to consider that notion that there's always something to improve upon, and right now they look far more improved than that overtime performance.
Nikodos, there's that entry. And then, of course, for Roy, he was already up there towards headshot when he heard the footsteps. Now, even keep in mind that they smoke off Heaven, which means Big are going to be looking into short, into Monster, thinking, okay, well, maybe Roy's just backed off. Maybe he hasn't committed because, well, why would they smoke him off?
Fnatic now in control, in the lead. Big M4, again, a hero rifle set up for them. This time only 1 rifle to play with on Sin. Saved it from the previous rounds. And posting himself up aggressive towards the B side. Flashed in to check short. Doesn't see Pepsor.
Sin does finally catch the timing. Might be able to try and lean in for a little bit more.
Seems to be the case here. Players in con. Gonna spray through the door. The AK picked up a far, but he does end up falling. Sin is still doing some decent damage. Fasher on 14 HP. Backup has also arrived for the CT side. No trades on the kill counts. That M4's still pretty high on HP.
Now, while that's happening, you can see the way that Fnatic is starting to peer a little bit more up towards the A site, taking that long control out for Nikodos, allowing Roy to get further aggressive from Divider. He was able to capture so much open space in that last round, and he's going to do it again.
That short challenge has done work onto Fnatic, though. 1 kill found. Fasher on 14 HP. Mezzi on 42 now. Sin and Crimbo have taken damage, sure, but they're still at just about half HP or above. Keto, similar story. Nikodos leading the charge in from long. It's going to be the 8 hit.
And they've passed that AWP back over to Fasher, knowing that he's low HP. Nikodos has already heard one of those jump faces.
Molotov's up. Nikodos making his way in with the AK. Wrapping over from Bank. Smoke sent up as Roy gets his kill. Keto will drop. Advantage for Fnatic. Bomb goes down. tabseN trying to catch Nikodos off guard. He transfers this spray through the smoke as well, doing a ton of damage there onto the M4. Sin's forced to fall back. Crimbo's got nothing in this round. Decent efforts from Big, but Fnatic is still dominant.
And I think it shows even when there's chances, you still got to close the round. You still got to get that finishing blow forward. And this round streak is now turning into 4. And for Fnatic, it is a driving lead now. Remember back to that game against Astralis, 8 rounds on the T side is what was gained. A very similar marker and a similar scoreline of what we're seeing right now towards the end of the half.
Fnatic leading by 2 rounds, 4 in a row for them. Big. The birthday daddy at this moment.
And think about Roy, right? Map number 1 had a class performance. Now, he's played the most LAN maps out of anyone on the team. He's been to 3 international LAN Grand Finals, winning only 1, the V4 Future Sports Festival in 2019 with Tricked. But look at what you got on the other side. GodB and tabseN used to be IGL and Player back in the day. They've got 300+ LAN maps together. Now GodB's in a coaching role, but they're still a unit, they're still a duo.
You understand why he's imbrued tabseN with the title of IGL. He knows this guy. Tap pause goes into a technical one. course, God B did call for it, so it looks like it is over on that big side where things are going on. Doesn't seem like it will last too much longer, though. We'll get quickly back into this game, and Fnatic rocking P90s on Pepsor.
All right, I'm down for it. Saw a couple of Harvu jerseys as well. They did quite well a little bit earlier on today. What about the P90, though, Jay? Do you reckon they can do well?
It's P90 on Pepsor, so... double Ps. Only weapon better if the PP buys him.
Yeah.
He's charging straight in as well. Look at this. And he gets Crimbo. There's your success. There's your answer. Nade's back against him. Low. HP for him and for Roy, but still he charges forward into the hands of Sin, who will take it back to a 4-on-4. Farthen close to sight, doesn't know that the bomb is up there just yet. It could get denied, but Mezzi's got him covered. All important frag.
And this has got to be an instant save. There should be no way back here. Love that positional advantage that Mezzi brings, because they know as soon as that bomb gets planted, they're going to peek. They're going to try and deny it from going down. You had Fasha and Mezzi ready for that adaptation, for that slight re-peek up from the pit angle.
It's 5 now for Fnatic. Big getting a pistol conversion and nothing else. The T's have been running riot here on Overpass. Where do you go from here for the big side? I'm starting to get concerned that, again, you know, we just saw what happened on that first map, how easily Fnatic were able to take control, how little control they gave back to the big side. And the fact it's similar stories again for the early portion of this map up. It's not looking good for the German squad.
And just knowing that this round streak is only driving forward from Fnatic, that's going to bring more confidence forward. It's going to give more ability to put pressure on the backs of Big. Because when you look at the cores, if you compare these two teams, Big have more experience on that. They've been to more events. They've been able to be involved in more tournaments, play in front of crowds on a more regular basis. But that doesn't always talk about strength. It doesn't always mean what you're going to see on the server.
Fnatic back in with the buy up against them on big side. Of course, 5 rounds in a row means max loss bonus for the CT Forces, of which Tabson can take the AWP and strike towards Roy. Pepsor trades, Keto responds. The other main star in the last couple of days stepping up here for the big side. 4-on-3 as a result.
And Mezzi's got very aggressive towards long rather than trying to charge down this AWP. It's all going to be a matter of timing now. He's not going to be seen by that jump spot at APC.
I think he saw him, though. He saw him adjust his crosshair up, but indeed he's ready to clothesline Sin back as he swings out wide. 3-on-3.
Makes that look easy. And now Tabson's stuck out in the open because he doesn't know if he's being wrapped in behind.
He's concerned about that, but also focusing on the long control. They know that there must be presence up there. Jump face, looking on. Orpa just trying to spot. Ready for a swing of some kind. Smoking the way, does cover off long for the time being.
And this is a very good read right now for Big. The way that they're positioning themselves, you've got Keto towards the front side of the bathrooms, Tabson behind him, 2 on A. Now, Fasha's retaking some of this map presence. It comes down to how Mezzi is able to pull distractions with Util towards long on A.
And whether they'll run past Keto here could be a wild card if he goes unaccounted for. Tabson's AWP still watching play distraction. Keto swings out wide and Fasha gets the kill pretty easy. Tabson, that's a stellar headshot. 2-on-2 to find. Backups on the way of Crimbo. Incendio back towards long. That will suppress Mezzi. Niko's coming in from mid though, and Tabson gets flashed off blinded, enabling Mezzi to go quick in for that kill. Crimbo back in with a one-on-one. The AWP so close, and around the corner Nico gets caught in the jump. And Crimbo can clutch it. One of the young guns for Big, bringing in number 3 for the German team.
Crimbo's kept them in this series. You think back to map number 1, 15 kills and 15 deaths. He was their best performer. And even out here on Overpass, while this was the round that gets him going with his first few kills, you can see the impact of the clutch. Mezzi with a flash around the corner, and then Crimbo allows himself to get set up, the 20-year-old, with an all-important clutch.
Timing couldn't be better for him there. Fnatic. Quick in with the AWP. Niko's trying to challenge the AWP. Your battle sees his man, takes a premature shot though, trying to rest back through the smoke for the cover. Nothing around him. Fasha found in the open, killing towards Keto is going to be a positive start for Fnatic, but Tabson is still hunting for Nikodos here. They're surrounded and suppressed. Tabson does go down to the end. Farman's back is turned towards the short control. Looking in for Fasha in Con. Makes it an easy 3K.
They just look unsettled, Jay. Look at that round. There's panic. There's repositions. And there's deaths. Pepsor losing the fight onto Crimbo, but Mezzi comes out.
Main forward contact to the B hit. It's coming in from Fnatic. Crimbo caught next. The flash placement so perfect on Fnatic. Even Nikodos almost catching one through the smoke. Sin was close to that shot, bringing right past his ear. Bomb goes down, and this will be 6 for Fnatic.
And if we're looking for a strength point, if we're looking for that one factor that's giving so much success, that's impressing us the most, it's got to be the util. The util here from Fnatic has been quality. We're getting the flash assist. We're getting the crossfires being set with that util behind. And you could just feel there for Tabs, and he gets stuck. He's out in the open towards Party. He's being crunched down. And while that's happening, even the short water players are thinking, oh, well, I need to get into Connector and help him out. And then that's when you lose the fight to Pepsor.
Just as big break the streak, Fnatic come right back into their own. We talk about how CT-sided the meta is, how CT-sided Overpass can be, and we're not seeing much of a CT side at all. With that said, in their previous head-to-head, Big were able to make it close on the T-side basis, having gone down 9-6 when the T-side started Fnatic. Maybe it could be a similar story, but it will just be different results towards the end.
Fash up, doing as much in this round as possible with the mid portion, allowing himself to just get picks towards the bottom and the top of Connector. Again, only 116 maps on land. This guy's proved himself for the last year, maybe 18 months, of how solid he was down in Tier 2. And now we're starting to get him at full force on land.
It's forced forward to the CT side. He's going to try to deal with 2 players, baiting in the shots of the M4. Know that they're going to regress here. Shots ringing in. Sin gets caught. Second player seen with a pistol. Fasher knows he's probably going to grab that M4. Farben trying to fight back here. Roy, awkward spray in mid, just come up against Tabson next. And Farben is now going to be sandwiched in, surrounded by T-side forces. Gets that 1 kill. Incendiary sent to his general direction. Fasher struggling to deal with the firing squad and will go down.
Now, this is actually looking quite contagious in this sort of round with how much can get gained. And Big have been able to pick up weapons, they've been able to put some fights down. The problem is the reposition. It's going to take them quite a while to get back over to A.
Only with those 2 rifles as well. Could have been nice to have Keto on the 3rd, and even he's low HP alongside Father and the AK buck on Crimbo. And Roy, look at how far he's extended here against the CT forces. Knows exactly where they're coming from as well. Keto will play bait. Will go falling. Trade from Father, not even possible. In Crimbo, similar stance, no trades, and no clutch for him.
And think about what this would mean for guys like a Roy and a Nikodos to make that call, to jump away from the Danish scene and into the international one, to come through with the final. Crimbo actually might be out of some leverage.
Had 1 clutch before, knows exactly where the AWP is, almost catching Nikodos off, knows that AWP's right in, smoke on a bomb, can stick the whole thing. Nikodos, is he making his movement forward? It seems like he is, tapping through, knife is pulled, spray comes out and does that damage. 5-7 pull around the corner, and Crimbo's caught the kill, but without a kit, without time even with one, he will go down. What an effort it's been from the young man.
Well, he caught me in narrator mode there. Did not think there was going to be any attempt at a clutch. Good effort. Just not quite being able to get the timing.
Have enough of that, Rio, please. Don't waste your money.
Fnatic, I don't think they're wasting T rounds.
Certainly not. This side has been theirs to take, and they've done so effectively. 7 of the last 8 being gained by them, and we're only 10 rounds deep, in fact. M4 straight in for Keto. Roy gets caught. Big does find the opening casualty. The ace stack, though, gets nothing.
I think they find, rather than just putting the AWP aggressively towards Party, let's use a rifle. And Keto, one of the guys that's got so much LAN experience, you're going to be looking to him of being key to recover this first half. Fnatic slow it down, start taking more presence out to B.
Flashes forward. AK sent, CT's backing away. Crimbo's M4 just going to wait. Back up even more so. Incendiary's up. Try and force Pepsor back. No smoke in his pouch, so can't really defend against that. Takes a lot of damage as well. Wallbank's coming in, 10 HP, and he's dead.
And Crimbo again, showing us the goods. Nikodos hoping for a trade back. A regroup out to B. Fnatic down in a 3v5. This is a very uncomfortable position for the international squad.
40 seconds for the hit. Fnatic flashed in, Mezzi still caught deep down, but Farben's still blinded. Sin with a trade on 2, drops the bomb. And Big are starting to find their form once again. They should take this round, they will take this round. But it's a case of the follow-up. That's where they fell short last time.
Nikodos just trying to see if he can hold on to that AK or at least look for some more exit damage. He could get hunted.
Made it. 1 trade, but dead to the hands of Sin. Another multi-frag round for him. And a fourth on for Big. The half not quite being won yet by the T side. But a tactical is coming through from Fnatic. They want it to let it be only these 4 rounds.
And this has been a very difficult event for someone like Sin. Has not been able to perform individually at the high level. But he's been here before. We've seen him on an international grand final on LAN, back in America, in fact, at Philadelphia, with the Academy squad. Went down to EG White there, was not able to pull through. But here on Overpass, he's been their top performer.
Number of replacements from the Elisa Invitationals from the Fnatic side.
It just builds more and more that tenure of what they've been able to do to transition the environment.
Meanwhile, Big, with the majority of the same players, struggle to get past the top 8. Needs to be top 2 this time, but it's not trophy winning if they can't get it together soon. They have started to find the foundations again of their CT side. But the key concern is this next round. They couldn't get it last time. This time they're facing early charges up from Roy. AK in, Keto going to back off ahead of the Molotov.
A little bit quicker this time around with the pace from Fnatic, trying to get themselves interconnected quickly. Farfan's going to get flashed forward to look out towards short water. Caught Pepsaw in a couple of times, out towards the right-hand side. AWP goes back and forth for the trade.
Tabson with the York pick back. Nikodos will fall. You know that he must be out there. Eyes set, evaded the jump. I think he just saw him, just barely with a pixel.
Yeah, this is already looking a lot more positive from the impact that Tabson's going to be able to find from map number 1. Crimbo, ooh, Keto, in fact, out towards the long control, loses to Mezzi, but it's still a lack of information, only spots 1.
Advantage still being with Fnatic in the man play, though. Taps forward from Sin, trying to look for the next man. He saw him, sees 2 more in mid, now realize how pressured he really is. Back up on the backstabs, coming in relatively soon, but Sin does get caught alongside Crimbo. Tabson is now all alone for a clutch for the big star player of Big to come up, but he's not doing anything. He's falling back and saving.
And this is where things just get so uncomfortable. You won the pistol, you won the anti-echo, but from that point onwards, rounds have not come in succession. And Tabson will do his best to hold on to the AWP, and probably will do. But for Fnatic, they could be looking down another 11-4 half.
Entirely possible. Pretty likely as well. Again, Big gaining 1 round, knocked back, and now about to lose their AWP as well. Roy creeping in closer and closer. How much does he want to get out of this? Let's focus on the kill. Wait and bait, slow but sure. Oh, does find the frag, so Tabson turns around in time. It's encouraging to keep that weapon in play, do damage to Fnatic. But it's going to be 8 for the T side, another half gained by them.
And for Big, I think you've got to buy here. You've got Tabson with quite a bit of cash, Crimbo the same.
Nice. Oh no, from a purple as well.
Unlucko. Nice try.
Damn.
That's just let me down now.
I'm upset.
Yeah?
I'm genuinely upset at that. 8-4. Big are upset with how this one's gone. AWP Tabson watching M4 swinging, spray through. Pepsaw is caught. That's Crimbo with a start with a very fast play for the rest of Fnatic. Roy with a decent trade to respond through the smoke. Up against Farben at point-blank range. Knocks him out hard, and a triple foul towards Sin. Keto drops as well. And Big are just decimated by Fnatic.
Roy, what a monster. Again, one of the highest rated players of the event. Averages a 1.21 rating on Overpass in the last 3 months. We saw what he was able to do against Astralis. We saw what he was able to do on map number 1. And just ripping. Just entry galore. And think about the path that he takes. He comes out towards the smoke, gets on top of the toxic barrels, and just point blank is able to fire so much damage off. What an incredible triple.
Incredible 9th. Fnatic. Just looking great, looking utterly fantastic and Big. I honestly don't know how you bring this back from here, right? We're looking at Tabson, now he's stepping up. Seeing some impactful rounds from Crimbo at times, but nothing that's mounting up to what Fnatic are bringing to the table, in spite of how great that they were. Like you mentioned, Greg, it's looking like another 11-4 half for the Fnatic squad.
It's looked comfortable. It shows that this team has worked hard, have put the hours in, have put the effort to build as strong of a lineup as possible, with a stand in a Pepsor as well. Tabson looking to respond with the NWP, but the util just drives him back.
Orb scoped up. AK's leaning in. Mezzi and Fasha, 2 players down at underpass, prodding forward, trying to bait out someone to the CT side. They have seen several in this position from Big, but no one's challenging it here in this round.
And just to think, for the likes of Kita and Mezzi, this is their first international grand final on LAN as a coach and a player, and that they are only 7 rounds away from being able to make that a possibility of winning the entire thing.
Pepsor and Crimbo back and forth. Keeping even trades towards that B site. Molotov sent up as Fasha checks the line. The AK holding. The Orpa Tabson looking for more. Catching Roy next. Mezzi will fall to Crimbo. Bit more action coming the way of Big as Fasha tries to trade it back, unsuccessful in doing so. Nikido, similar story towards Long, does find Tabson in the end. A reface might come through from the CT side, but he backs off as Fasha looks for another good fight. Back his turn. Oh, he still gets Crimbo! And it's back to a 2-on-2.
I've seen this before. Doesn't this give you vibes back to Astralis of Nikodos being able to recover unthinkable rounds? Him and Fasha in a 2v2. This is so workable.
30 seconds to do so. The concern is going to be the HP on Fasha. Surely he plays bait to give Nikodos the chance to get into the bomb site. The smoke is down. Bomb's on his back. Fasha looking aggressive for another headshot. Sinned against. Keto all alone now. And Fasha, imagine he gets this 3K. Imagine he does.
Keto just trying to jiggle, just to look for information out from heaven. He got a player back behind the pillar position. A matter of time.
Swinging for it. M4 didn't see him. Looking around the corners of the pillar, making noise. Now he's revealed. Fasha starts to make the move. Keto's back might be turned. See into the spray. Distraction gain. Nikodos now on the site. Burst back forward. It's out in the open. Tag up. Damage done. Keto out of time. And Nikodos to close. 10-4 when Big felt like they were finally going to get that 5th. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
And you have to look at that round and just say how. Just pose the question mark. How is that a possibility? A 2v4, the timing on this kill from Fasha. And I think there was a slight glimmer of information before he rounded that smoke, and the crosshair placement could not be any better towards Graffiti onto Sin.
Last of the half, with Fnatic looking for another 11-4 in this final. Nade stacks do catch Sin as well. Big cannot catch a break.
Just the timing. The way that he even moves back over to the boost position once those HEs come out. Fafan trying to see, can he be the responding element? The MP9 to push forward.
Crimbo. M4 backed away, Pepsor leaning forward to the AK. Fasha does get caught back with that one decent kill. Information called out, he struggles with the kill bag. 2 to find, unawares of the second player though. He must know now, the flashbang keeps him blinded, but Farben does not peek for it, and Pepsor's allowed the easiest kill in the world. Keto now all alone, far away from any action. And it'll be a second 11-4 in the grand finals for Fnatic.
What a performance from Fnatic again. Map number 1, map number 2. They've been rock solid. And their first halves, Jay, they're just special.
They really are. Big. Looking real small right now. Keto especially. The small weapon. Dead. 11-4 for Fnatic. We might be heading to a very rapid finish in the grand finals of the Elisa Masters Espoo. It's going to need to be a big comeback from them after this.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The experience might have favored Big right up until this point, but there's just sheer tenacity of Fnatic to do what they've done so far in this grand final. 2-11-4 halves. This team is looking like hot fire, and something tells me it's going to continue with a very short second half of Overpass.
This has just been a wonderful event from them, right from the beginning. To top the group, to come first in Group B, to then make it to the stage yesterday against Astralis and get a 2-0 in the semi. Now it comes here to the grand final. And this performance, I think it even puts one better than what we saw yesterday. This is far better.
Well, certainly when you take a look at the scoreline, it does look far better. Astralis had their stars coming up at the right moments to do some decent work in that semi, but Fnatic still went up 2-0 rather. And a single map has been conceded over the course of this tournament. Complexity, the only one to get the better of Fnatic so far. Big might not even have that luxury. They're gonna have to dig deep, win a pistol, and just fly straight through with the comeback. But on the T side, Dweg.
Just knowing that you've got your individuals to look up to for Fnatic. The kill distribution looks solid again. And moving over to that CT side, remember Pep saw yesterday how much he was able to do. I'm sure the young man is loving this experience in front of this amazing Finnish crowd. Fnatic looking to see if they can charge up against perhaps a rush into the B site, a full regroup.
Roy, first contact, Tabson takes him down. Mezzi comes back with two, though. Headshots for days. And now Fasher on the defensive gets one of his own. Nikos provides support from Shaw, and Sid is all on his own. Another lost pistol. I believe 4 for 4 for Fnatic now.
So much being gained. And you think about Mezzi's position advantage, the way that he maneuvers out towards short water and just taps up to, allows both Nikodos and Fasher to crossfire on the bomb site directly. No chance of a bomb plan at all. 4 more rounds to go for Fnatic.
Big champions claim that trophy, go to Katowice. And look so solid in doing so. Damage done to Keto, Tabson, Crimbo. To utility basis towards that mid in the T-con position. Nikodos, of course, up against these basic pistols. Big going harsh eco, trying to get the guns out for round 18. And carry back from there. Roy and Nikodos will take some damage, but Big are going to take a whole lot more.
And Roy's just going to try and slow him down with this smoke out to Divider and get some more assistance when it comes to a crossfire, because that MP9's in a good position, close range.
And for holding. Waiting for them, 1:15. The boost up, Tabson tagged up, but Crimbo, his Glock finds at least one pick back. Roy also found by Sin. This round is on. Mezzi stands alone, suppressed and can't get the headshots with it for Mars, knowing that the T-side players all around him adjusting towards Tabson, but Crimbo with a responsive Fasher sees them out in the open, but can't get a single kill. And Big have found a steal, one that might provide a lifeline, but Pepsaw has something to say.
5 points of health. Being siphoned off in the crossfire, doesn't know about Crimbo.
Back turn, Sin with a headshot gained. 2K to his name, but with Glocks alone, Big won't be fussed about the numbers. They have a round, they have a start on the T side, and they have reset Fnatic.
We've really seen it all here in Espoo. I can't believe I've just seen 5 Glocks win a round. Big, somehow, on one of those scrappy, harsh anti-ecos, have come through with the success story, but they've got to follow up, Jay.
They've got their 4 weapons out. No money building being done here. Saved an M4 on Sin and Crimbo. AKs on the other 3. Deagles brought back by Fnatic. Of course, it is a force invest double eco status. And a hard stack towards the B side, which is where Big are leaning to.
Oh, this could be quite quick. Farfen is indicating that this is going to be a pop.
Smoke Sin, swing out, drive from Sin, still gets the kill, double up, good line, the triple Thatcher gets 2 Deagle shots back, alongside Nikinos, trades from Tamsin and Keto, keep the line held, and it's all on Mezzi, a 1-on-2 for Fnatic. Tamsin is low, he'll come easy, Keto also falls to the Deagle, still a Fnatic! How do you battle back from this?
It's the big man. Mezzi, oh, he's got it all. What a sequence with that dig. Out there to the pit presence. Fasher doing as much as possible to help them out towards Monster. And then the Brit, the captain, does this. Oh, that slaps.
That's a tilting round for Big. At least they had some economy left over from the M4 saved. Sin and Crimbo can buy. Tabson got some rifle as well. How do you still bring this back, though? Fnatic are in their heads. They're all over the server. Big need a big break right now.
And it comes off of the basis of indicating more of an influence out here towards Banana. You got Nikodos just jump spotting towards Dice. A teammate close by him, Mavroy, and another player towards that right-hand side of Mezzi. 3 on A.
AK holding, jumping, scene 1. Looking around the corner for the lineups. Roy holds his 2K, Nikodos for 1. And Big lose most of their guns. Sin and Keto, last 2 remaining. Even the nade bounces back, hitting the light post. And over towards bench, it does absolutely nothing for the T side.
Fnatic are just here in numbers. Even a backstab coming through from Pepsor. There's no chance here from Big.
Yeah, good, nice, sweet Prince. All down to timing. Keto, not going to get detected as of right now. He has been seen here by Pepsor. Still hunting for the pick back eventually. Spray through, he's down. Sin alone of the round. Incendiary sent towards him, the AK. Trying to get something to return. But there is nothing in this round for Big. It will be 14-5 for Fnatic. Only 2 more rounds to go to claim the trophy.
Sin, just hoping he can deal with Pepsor on the other side of this smoke, but the MP9 is going to catch him. The stand-in up against the stand-in to step up. And Pepsor closes down the round. Fnatic just a few more away.
I don't know what you do here. I do not know how you start to formulate a comeback for Big. Eco pistols. Second stage of the double eco. They will have to go for overtime. 10 rounds of the OT comeback. Stacking towards Connector. Sprayed down by Mezzi already.
Sees a lot, knows what's going on. Incendiary placement is good. That has to cancel.
Fasher backs up backside. Pepsor also in support. Sprays a bit awkward. Comes up against the first, second, third and fourth with a collateral and another ace for Pepsor. He did it yesterday. He'll do it today to get Fnatic on match and tournament point here in Espoo.
A 20-year-old just making it look easy out there towards Monster behind the smoke. And you can just see the impact that this young man has on LAN, has on the big stage with the crowd behind him.
What a sick shot.
Really is.
That was a collateral headshot with an AK. And they got 4 of them out for Fnatic. Big. About to face the end. Will they go out with a bang or a whimper? Nikodos trying to make it the latter. Pushed up in mid, but seeing nothing past this smoke.
They're just trying to pare down. Spot for that information. Keto out the other side. We'll think about a dual peek. They've got to try and work together on this.
Roy, Crimbo's back's turned. Oh, no. Oh, no. He gets him. Swings around towards that short control. Doesn't quite spot the man there, though. 5-on-4 Fnatic still.
And Roy might have to keep fighting. You've got Keto up towards that top right-hand side. AK comes out, and Roy still comes through.
The birthday boy with a double, Fashion with a follow-up. Tabson trades it. Farben gets nothing, and Tabson stands alone. A clutch it, which he just can't do. It's 16 for 5, and Fnatic don't even miss a beat. Don't break a sweat against Big. They are your champions of the Elisa Master as Espoo.
Kita, Mezzi, and Nikodos have their first international LAN Grand Final, and it's sweet victory. It's a one-sided series to claim the whole thing.
9 rounds from Big in that one. They have truly bottled it today. Oh, that's going to be heartbreaking for them. When they fought so well in the semis, when they fought so well in the quarterfinals and all, just using their experience, it couldn't come to play against the sheer firepower of Fnatic. And Keaton was saying to HLTV yesterday, we're looking to the future, but right now, the success is here today.
And this has got to be such a well-earned achievement for Fnatic. The last time that they had won a LAN was back in December of 2019. Think about what that must mean to the organization to change your path, to move to an international squad, to come here to Finland and to win the trophy.
Done so much work at the major to take the top 8 and coming in as the favourites as a result of that one run. They truly proved it. A single map. That's all they dropped. Nothing here in this playoff stage could stop Fnatic from taking their rightful trophy. And Parla is down on the stage to talk to the boys.
So much, Jay. Yes, I am down on the floor right now with the champions of this Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Everyone in this arena, everyone at home, give it up for Fnatic! To my direct right, I have Roy. Roy, can you speak for yourself and the team? What is going through your heads right now?
Honestly, I'm super happy. It's amazing to see so many people come out here and see us play, and I think we played really, really good this event, coming in with Pepstar as a stand-in, and I'm just super, super proud of the team and the guys, and yeah, super happy overall.
Roy, a little birdie tells me that it's a certain special someone's birthday today. Who would that be?
It's me.
Guys! I'm gonna take a risk right now. Is everybody in here okay with happy birthday in English? Can we try that? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to Roy. Happy birthday to you. So, Roy, not just the champion today, also having a stadium packed of people, fans singing happy birthday. How does that sound?
Amazing. I have no words, honestly. It's super great. Thank you, guys.
Overall then, final thoughts. What is it like to know that very shortly you'll be lifting that Elisa Masters Espoo 2022 trophy above you and the team's heads?
Looks a bit heavy, I think, but I think we'll do. I mean, I can't wait.
All right, well, in which case, gentlemen, congratulations. Everybody in this arena, everybody at home, your Elisa Masters Espoo 2022 champions are Fnatic! Let's go, Fnatic!
Let's go, Fnatic!
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Fnatic! You have been one of the best crowds that I have ever seen. Finland, give it up for yourselves! This has been the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Our champions of Fnatic, and this will be a memory that lives on forever. Thank you so much for joining us. A big shout out to all of you at home that have been supporting. And with that being said, my name is Paula. I've been your stage host. One final time, can I hear you roar? Much love, Espoo, and peace.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen. Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Podi otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarjotavat säkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.